Zach, are we good? Welcome, everyone, to the 2024 Trustee and SEA negotiating meeting. Let's just kind of go around the table and introduce ourselves. I'm Carol Jellicoe. I'm the board chair.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Thompson. I'm the board vice chair.
Greg Buell, welding at Rock Springs High School.
Yeah.
Travis Toomer, kindergarten teacher at Desert View.
Kevin Harper, EL, Walnut, and Overland.
And we want to thank all those people that are in the audience joining us tonight too. So welcome. We usually start this off by exchanging proposals. So do you want to start?
Yes.
Okay.
We would like to start. Oh, sorry. So we emailed to you, we shared this document. Here we go. We're just trying something a little bit different this year. And so this is a Sweetwater Education Association and District. This is certified staff contract negotiations, May 1st, 2024.
Excuse me. The purpose is, what is the purpose of this document?
To begin negotiations, to communicate collective front.
Okay. I'm just curious what the purpose is because we are here in good faith.
Oh, yes,
And,
there's,
you know,
we're not assuming you're not here in good faith.
I guess go ahead, proceed.
Okay, thank you. For those who may not know, and so for us in the general public to establish this meeting, for those who may not know, this meeting is specifically for the board and SEA to negotiate terms of the certified contract. Any consequent improvements to other staff as a result is applauded, but is at the discretion of the board. To foster and ensure a harmonious atmosphere of positivity and trust in our partnership following successful negotiations, let's mutually commit to maintaining the final agreements we've sealed with handshake. We'd like to remind everybody of the Sweetwater County School District #1 vision and mission statements. Because we also share that. This is, it all goes back to this. Together, empower, teach. The contract we do together, it empowers teachers to teach students. Recognitions and highlights. We recognize the board for volunteering their time and commitment to improving the district. Thank you. Thank you, Zach, for providing tech support. Thank you, teachers, specifically members whose membership allows us to negotiate, and teachers' professional commitment to teaching all students and improving the district. 5-year negotiation highlights. It's good to remember what we've accomplished and reflect on that and be grateful for what we have done. Restoring frozen steps. Raised to base from 50,155 in 2019 and 2020 to 54,500 in the year 2023-2024. It is significant to note that the 7 years prior, the salary remained at 46,565. So thank you. That increase for the year 2019 and 2020 was much needed. Added bereavement. A lot of teachers have expressed that is a positive that they appreciate about the contract. And that was just last year.
Mhm.
Increases to extra duty salary schedule, and the increases to professional duties hourly rate from $35 to $40. And those are just some highlights. That's not a comprehensive improvements to the contract. Contract areas of growth. These are not negotiating items. This isn't our proposal, just there's always areas of growth and things to think about. So defining extra duties as assigned, accounting for and recognizing all the volunteer hours devoted to students and the functioning of the district, yet unrelated to teaching content area, but that are valued as contributing to quality schools, community, safety, empowering and inspiring all students, and providing a quality education. Simplifying the leave policy. People have noted they would appreciate some flexibility of and possibly gifting leave days. Keeping up with inflation. Not the Joneses, and definitely not the Kardashians. And insurance. Objectives. Together, we will increase certified staff economic security, improve the contract, and maintain the district's financial solvency. So with that, we would like to present to you our proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to do that. I know that's never been done before, but we felt it was necessary to communicate to especially people who are not familiar with this process.
So I can go through kind of just the talking points that we want to do. Just read through these.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and explain your proposal.
Okay, so our number one conversation piece is steps and columns. We would love to see those continue. Our second piece is a raise to the base. Number three would be possibility of increase to steps throughout the column or throughout teaching experience. Number four, the opportunity to discuss insurances and the possibility of insurance. That was a big talking piece in the survey that we took between a lot of the teachers. We just want to make sure that that's discussed.
Okay, would you elaborate on the insurance piece a little bit?
Yeah, we just have
We were just looking at what is the cost going to be?
our main discussion is what's the cost going to be for next year?
We don't know that until July. That's when the insurance company brings forth the rates for the following year. And that happens in July, always. It always happens in July. So we don't have any information about that at this time.
Okay, so is this on?
Mhm.
Okay. Our understanding is the date is May 1st.
The date is May 1st.
You said July. And so I guess, the reason why we stated that is because we thought it was before.
The insurance company, UMR, brings forth the recommended rates. The district, usually the recommended rates, the district adjusts. So there's the district recommended rates and UMR's recommended rates. Usually UMR's are much higher than what the district is willing to allow, but that does not come forth until July. We don't have that information for next year. Realize that there's still today's May 1st, a lot of people wait until June 1st to do medical procedures because they don't want to miss school. And so the work that's all done in June, the appointments, the maybe surgeries or treatments or whatever that all happen in June. Our insurance year doesn't end until until August 31st. So even July is when we get our rates. That's the rates for the next year. It's been that way as long as I can remember. So like I said, that's information we don't have at this time.
Okay. Number 5 would be the topic of discussion for the extra duty salary schedule, just to accept the recommendations that were made previously. Number 6, to prioritize employees for the district preschool. This is just more adding it to the notes from the discussion of our pre-meeting, giving employees the opportunity to take advantage of the preschool and daycare opportunities. Number 7 would be the professional duty pay increase. So this would be for professional duties, including compensation for administrative requests to cover classes or loss of prep time. It would also be the opportunity to keep all new teachers who report to their building for professional orientation to stay at the $40 an hour for their first week up to the maximum of 40 hours. Number 8 would be to have certified employees receive certified employees that have received national or international licensing in their employed area who have a bachelor's degree to move to the master's column, and those with a master's degree will be able to move with that licensing to the master's plus 45, the board or the nationally board certification column. We also would like just the topic of discussion to be in an attempt to provide consistency and predictable patterns. Add to the leave policy that leave means leave, that there's a lot of discussion of what that means. Number 1 being no book studies. 2, that there would be no goal work updates. Number 3, no lesson plannings, but we would like to note that up to 2 weeks of lesson plannings could be required and not necessarily done all at once for approved leave for positions requiring a substitute, excluding those that are in emergency situations. Number 4, no virtual meetings. Number 5, no parent-teacher conferences. 6, no work-related communications, phone calls, text, emails from administration or district staff, except maybe HR if necessary or initiated by staff as related to work or related to leave. Number 7, no grading. Number 8, no makeup work upon return other than law-bound required by HR, which will be communicated between the certified teacher and HR. Number 9, that leave is between the employee requesting it and HR. We also would like to just add a memorandum of understanding for the contract hours versus extra duties as assigned. District staff and administrators can and have generalized extra duties as assigned to possibly shame, gaslight, manipulate, and otherwise coerce certified staff into working events or attending meeting outside their contract hours. Expecting compensation for working outside those work days as defined by the district's contract hours is reasonable and creates a safe and predictable work environment, and it consists with a lot of other professions. Expecting teachers to work outside those contract hours based on that catch-all phrase is very interpreted and utilized in different ways from different administrators, creating unpredictable work conditions, disrespect co-ops, and undermine staff time for other personal, family, or civic obligations. This unspoken expectation chips away at the attempt to dignify the teaching profession in our county. The board, district, staff, and community should cautiously consider perpetuating ideas and practices that undermine the teaching profession, teachers' passion, formal education, experience, and professionalism. Something that may help to utilize the 4-day school week better by holding meetings and school-related events on contract Fridays.
Okay, let's go back a moment. What do you have in mind as far as raise to the base?
I think a lot of topic of discussion that we've had is just the cost of living. A lot of us are assuming that 3.5% of an average of what the COLA is for a lot of other companies. And
So do you have a dollar figure in mind?
What are you prepared, our question is, what are you prepared to add?
Well, I'm just curious, we're starting with your proposal, so that we know where we're starting. What are you asking? You say a raise to the base, a dollar is a raise to the base.
Yep, it is.
I'm sure you're anticipating more than that.
You would be correct.
So what are you anticipating?
We've intentionally left this blank because of the pattern in the past of presenting numbers and just outright. So it just seems a little futile. So our question is, what are you prepared to add to the base? We can caucus about that to give you more specifics, if that is what, or we can ask more follow-up questions about funding and.
I guess at this point, do you have anything to add to your proposal? I mean, any comments to add to your proposal?
No, this is where we're starting.
I do have some questions that I would like clarified, if I may. So under number 3, you guys said an increase to the step. Can you please explain to me what that would be and what kind of costs would you guys think that would take?
Currently, the step is $790, as discussed in our pre-meeting. That's about $32.50 per paycheck. It seems like nobody ever sees that small amount. The highest step in the state, we believe, is $1,200.
Do you happen to know what district that is?
Cheyenne.
Just out of curiosity, one of the things as educators, we encourage lane changes. Okay, so many times the raise to the step, the increase in the step is combined with a lane change due to additional education. So that's the goal, is for our staff to become as educated as possible. So that's why the lane changes are more significant than the steps.
And I had one more question. On item 8, under the certified employees receiving national or international licensure, do you have any idea how many employees are we talking?
We know of at least 2 right now. 2, but any movement for me wouldn't mean anything. I'm already moved over
Okay.
and down. But that also includes national board teacher certifications. And there's already a line in the contract for that.
Mhm.
That states pretty much the same thing. So it's just a 1-word change.
Okay. Thank you.
I didn't turn my mic on.
I think they heard you.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else, Stephanie?
No, not at this time.
No? Yeah. Okay, our proposal starts off by honoring the salary schedule. That means that we'll honor all steps, lanes, and the 1.2% for those people that are topped out. Item number 2 is a $750 raise to the base salary for certified staff, which would raise it from $54,500 to $55,250. We recommend that we accept the recommendations from the extra duty salary committee. And number 4, policy DLHG, certified payroll procedures, was approved by the board on an emergency basis last August 14th, 2023. And we agreed at that time that with that emergency passage, what it was is if you look down for the certified payroll procedures, it added number 5 on the back, district daycare deductions, so that the district daycare deductions could be taken out as payroll deduction. Otherwise, we would not have been able to offer that. So that was what that was. We're dealing with it now because it has to go through the negotiations process. That's what we agreed to do. So that's number 4.
Otherwise, everything else is the same.
Uh-huh.
It's just added.
We
item
added
number 5.
district daycare deductions on
okay.
number 5. That's all we did.
Thank you.
And the date is there, 8/14 of 23.
Okay.
Okay, number 5, we would suggest language to policy GCBDA/HG, which is part of the negotiated agreement, professional staff leaves and absences. Certified staff members are expected to have lesson plans for approved planned leave, i.e. surgery, maternity, paternity. Those are examples. That's not limited to that. Certified staff members are relieved from other scheduled duties while on approved planned leave. And then the short-term leaves would follow that. So that we're just showing where we would insert that into the policy. Okay. Item number 6 is page 9 of the negotiations agreement. We've cleaned up some language here a little bit. The extra duty salary committee will be reconvened each year to revisit any changes that may need to be included in the positions, activities, and dollars paid with the purpose of addressing inconsistencies that may exist across the district. And the bold is some of the cleanup. The extra duty salary committee will be called together and it's in when the job descriptions were clarified and the separation of human resources with the assistant superintendent, it's now listed as part of the assistant superintendent's job description. So that's why we're changing that. Okay, then it goes into the extra duty committee members. It has 2 school board members, 1 central administrator, 1 athletic director, the SEA president, an SEA negotiator, 2 athletic coaches. Previously, at least 1 needs to be an SEA member, and 2 activity sponsors. At least 1 needs to be an SEA member. What we are finding is that it's getting harder and harder, especially the sponsors, because many of our sponsors are not even employees. So it's not possible for them to be an SEA member. So what we would like to suggest is that you have the 2 athletic coaches, the 2 activity sponsors, and you'll see the asterisk down below. At least 2 of the 4 coaches/sponsors need to be an SEA member. So we're not changing the number, we're just giving the committee more flexibility. And that's our proposal. Any questions?
I don't have any at this time. You guys?
You want to go ahead and caucus?
Yep.
Sounds good.
I think
Yeah.
we're prepared to do that.
Okay, how long do you think?
30 minutes?
30 minutes, 7
30
o'clock?
minutes.
Say 7
7
o'clock?
o'clock.
7 o'clock?
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
This is as far as I can Okay, we see some commonalities. Number one on your schedule is the same, on your proposal is the same as our number one on our proposal, so that's a commonality. Your number two, raise to the base, and three, increase the step. I think, and actually even the one about the teacher's time, professional duty pay increase, I think there needs to be an understanding that any increases to those other categories take away from a raise to the base. So in some cases, what we're doing is, and the other thing is, Scott gave you a copy of the sheet with each teacher's hourly wage on it. It would be an accounting nightmare to reimburse people according to their hourly wage. So the only solution to that is to go from a $40 an hour to a $45 an hour, which would cost $130,000, which means that $130 has to come off that base. So you're now reducing the base from $750 to $620, so that 414 of the 560 people could receive an additional $5 an hour. The numbers just don't jive. The insurance, I think we've explained that we are not like Whizbait or Wept that have their new rates out May 1st.
Yes.
So as a self-insured district, we need as much time as we can get to get the most accurate information, because we're not relying on multiple districts so I think we've addressed that one as far as the rates coming up in July. The extra duty salary schedule, accept those recommendations. That's a commonality. So our number 3 and your number 5 is a commonality. When it comes to prioritizing employees for the district preschool, emails are sent out so that everybody gets the same notice if they're interested and stuff. When it comes to acceptance, we can't prioritize that because Head Start and those programs, we have to meet federal guidelines. And so sometimes an applicant doesn't meet those guidelines. So they don't qualify where somebody who applies later might. So if we're trying to fill the center and fill those classes, we want to take advantage of all the people that we possibly can. Some of them meet the criteria better than other people meet the criteria. And so we can't promise to give an advanced sign up to people not knowing what those qualifications are. Does that make sense?
Yeah, do you care if I comment on that?
Sure.
So I think in our pre-meeting, and just to clarify for all those that are watching at home, I think that light just needs to be shined on those new parents, that they understand that the daycare is a way to get into the preschool almost automatically, right? It can't be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that the new parents just don't understand that system yet. And I think in the pre-meeting, we had discussed the opportunity of getting those that are involved in that movement of kids, especially those that have children that are teachers, just to inform them is something that I think the public and teachers in general would appreciate. I think if we can just shine a spotlight on that and rather than maybe negotiate it.
It's really not negotiable because
Yeah.
But the bottom line is that we have, we can use all of our platforms in order to
Right.
advertise it, try to make sure that everybody is aware. We can't guarantee they read those.
Oh,
but
for
we-
sure.
But we could put it out there in as many ways as we can to try to get the word out.
And
And
just
I
with,
think we can assure that.
sorry, yes, ma'am. And I think that just with the hiccups and the learning curves of a brand new system.
Well, and it's a new program.
Yeah,
It's a new
exactly,
program.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I think that was our big thing, was to shine that spotlight on it. And
Okay. Number 8 on yours, the national or international licensure, if our understanding is, if it's an international licensure and the United States is accepting it as a national licensure, you're covered under the current language. Okay? So we're not suggesting adding international because there's other places where international may come into play and it's not appropriate. We understand your situation or the situation that we're talking about, but it is an international certificate, but it's also accepted nationally. So by being it nationally, it's already covered. Okay?
So can you speak more to the other side of what if it's an international,
Well,
but
we had some examples of some international teachers abroad that are licensed internationally, and yet their license is not accepted in the United States. They still have to go through their local state licensing board and stuff like that. They
Yes.
still have to go through that.
okay,
So a
Yes.
case like that would not apply. But these, particularly in the career and technical education, apparently that's very common now for these certificates or these licensures to be international, but they're also accepted in the United States as a national licensure. So we accept national licensures already. There'd be no need to change any language.
okay. How does certified staff know? I mean, because that language wasn't in the contract, right?
Yeah,
Or, let me go back and.
it's under the salary schedule, isn't it?
My contract in front of me.
It's on page 6.
On page 6, certified employees receiving a national license in their employed area who have a bachelor's degree will be moved to the MA, and those with a master's degree will move to the MA plus 45/EDS column.
Yes, okay,
She is finding out that is
yes,
correct.
yeah. Thank you for
Okay,
reading
so
that out
it's
loud.
covered with
Perfect.
with the current language. Okay, number 9, we provided language, sample language, to say certified staff members are expected to have lesson plans for approved planned leave. Examples of that are surgery, maternity, or paternity. It's not, we should add is not limited to, as long as it's an approved planned leave. Those were just examples, so we can say, but not limited to. Certified staff members are relieved from other scheduled duties while on approved planned leave. Your thoughts on that language?
Okay. Yeah. So what we have for our item number 9. Am I looking at the right paper? This is what,
Yeah, this is
okay.
the one we
I have
just.
lots of papers, sorry. Certified staff members are expected to have lesson plans up to 2 weeks for approved planned leave. Like you said, examples, but not limited to, we can add that. Certified staff members are relieved from other duties while on approved planned leave. So I think we added up to 2 weeks. We had a lot of discussion about that. It's felt that that doesn't limit a teacher from providing more lesson plans, but it is expected that up to 2 weeks be provided for that transition for the substitute, whoever's taken over, to establish that.
We'll probably have to talk about that. Okay.
Yeah, I did have a question under number 9, and I wanted a clarification on number 9, bullet 9. Leave is between employee and HR. Can you please clarify what you mean or give us an example of that?
Yeah, often we just wanted to explicitly state that the benefit of leave or utilizing leave is between HR and the employee. So your principal or colleagues don't need to know why you're on leave.
Okay.
Why would a
Expli-
supervisor
why-
not
why-
need to
yeah.
know?
Why would a
you're-
supervisor not be told the reason for the leave? The principal is the supervisor. In what world does that not occur?
I think it was our collective understanding that leave was between HR, and we wanted to explicitly just state that in the contract. So we might need to have more discussion about that.
Okay.
Just observing your concerns about that.
Okay. Okay, what are your thoughts about the language in our number 6, the extra duty salary committee?
Yeah, if you don't have any changes. Yeah, that's fine.
So that's a commonality then?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, all of that, all of 6.
Yeah, the first part is just cleanup,
Right.
and then the assistant superintendent having the ability
It
to
is
call the meeting.
understandable with the, you have the note here of at least 2 SEA representatives as the coaches, and that is understandable that some are not
Yeah,
even teachers.
right, right.
So.
So
it is- it's understandable.
SEA is not giving up any number. It's just how they're, more flexibility in how we arrive at that number of 2 out of the 4.
And every year when this is held for me specifically, I'm out at my sponsored activity, and
Mhm.
so is all of my department.
Mhm.
So if,
That's why in some cases, if they are employees, they're tied up at the time of the meeting. Okay,
being the case,
okay. Okay, so 6 is another commonality. Okay, as far as the memorandum of understanding, this seems to come up almost annually. And the bottom line is, as contracted employees, there's an expectation that the job has to be done. And that supervisors, principals, system principals, have to have the ability to make sure that students are supervised. And that's where a lot of this comes from, is when you've got to have students supervised, you've got to have people to do that. And sometimes it's just, as a salaried employee, there's extra things that are expected. That's true of any salaried employee in any business, in any profession. If you're salaried, then there's expectations that the job's going to get done. And if you don't want to be salaried, then go someplace where you're paid hourly and you get paid by the hour. So I think that's just one of the things that comes with professionalism, is that when a student's needs have to be met, that part of our role is to meet those needs as much as we can. We try not to impose on that any more than we have to, but we have to have, administration has to have that flexibility. I don't know, is there anything you want to add, Stephanie?
I'm going to be honest, I didn't appreciate some of the wording of it. If we're trying to do a great working relationship, adding shame, gaslighting, manipulating, and otherwise coercing certified staff, that's not being good partners in working relationship. That's specifically choosing words that are not very pleasant and not providing any background as to why those specific words were chosen. I also think that the memorandum of understanding is chipping away at the building principals' expectations for their building and almost micromanaging to a point. They have to have control over their buildings. They have to have people to work certain events for safety concerns. If we don't have people watching our kids, I'm very concerned that something bad is going to happen to a child. And then where will we be? We won't be granting raises. We won't be granting anything because there will be lawsuits. So that is one of the reasons why I am a little irritated with that memorandum of understanding, the word choices that were used, and trying to take away from administration that need to do their jobs as well.
That's interesting that you take offense to setting boundaries. Is how there's no offense intended.
I'm not taking
And this
offense
isn't-
to you setting boundaries, but you are setting boundaries on admins. I don't understand how you cannot see that. Are they not supposed to run their buildings?
So that's okay.
How are they going to staff events? Those are questions that need to be answered if this is something that you guys are serious about. And I take this very seriously.
And so do teachers. So when an administrator expects you to return to an evening event after taking leave or being on bereavement, that's totally inappropriate.
No.
And so setting boundaries
But we've
is
covered
not
that.
Yeah, that's-
inappropriate.
We've covered that.
So,
We've covered certified staff members are relieved from other school scheduled duties while on approved planned leave. That takes care of that.
okay. And we can agree to that. I was trying to address Ms. Thompson's comments.
So where are we?
Well, I see that they have more paperwork. So is there something more that you would like to present to us before we caucus?
A lot of it was already covered. I mean, we did the suggestion to the 2 weeks thing for that, and most of the stuff is covered. The only thing that we didn't discuss with our proposal is the raise to the base issues and the hourly thing. We were suggesting, and I completely understand where you're coming from, would be a 1,500 raise to the base. And the reason for that would be coming up to the ECA. And somebody else can explain that more than me because I don't understand it.
Did I understand $1,500 to the base? Okay.
Is that what we have written down?
That's what we have
Am I
written
reading
down.
that correctly?
How did you arrive at that?
I can talk more on that.
Any other notes?
So what we've kind of come to the knowledge of is an ECA that has come from the legislative board, that there's been a 4% increase spread out over the past 2 years. And so we wanted to first recognize that we know that we had a very big raise last year.
Last 2 years.
Last 2 years, thank you. So as far as where the money is coming from, we see that there has been, a raise to to meet that 4% that has been
Suggested by the state.
suggested by the state. One of the big things and the big topics of conversation that was had in our caucus was the surrounding areas being able to raise pretty highly this year as well. I know that like they have a completely different budget, but as far as us being competitive with those other surrounding schools, we felt like a 3.5% to 56,000 would be more appealing to a lot of new teachers so that we can stay competitive with the surrounding areas.
So what areas are you talking about? Because
So-
we're very competitive
Yes, so Green
with the
River,
areas around us.
Green River has been raised from 52,000 to 54,000. Lyman has had an increase to theirs. Mountain View has an increase to theirs. Evanston has had an increase to their base.
And none of them are at 54.5 yet, and we're raising it even more.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we've dug into the budget the last 2 years and prioritized salaries for our teachers because we knew the inflation, we knew stuff was there. But just to say that they're getting a $2,000 increase, they're still not where we are currently, and we want to raise it $750 beyond that.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I mean, we've tried to take care of our employees. We've prioritized their needs when it comes to salary over the last couple of years because at the expense of other parts of our budget. This year, we have some other parts of the budget that have to be addressed. And that's why the entire 4% is not going to salaries. So that's kind of where we're coming from.
So I don't know if it would be redundant to then ask the questions. The big question we have is what percent of the ECA? I think you tried to address that. And then where are the district's reserves is the other big question.
Where are the reserves? Where are we? Here we are. The reserves as of today. The reserves, and this does not include an increase to the base, okay? Our reserves for the 25-26 our cash, let's see, a difference from operations, we're down $184,000. So we're still short 25-26, almost $200,000. That's without the $750 increase to the base, which also correlates to increases to classified staff and administration comparable. So we're talking about raises to everyone. As you know, we negotiate with SEA, but we pass on those same percentages, if you will, same to the other classes of employees. So we're still looking at $200,000. And I think, Scott, when we implement the $750 to the base, that takes us up to almost $1 million. Little bit over $1 million shortfall for the 25-26 year. Yes. And that's something that we're concerned about because the following year, it's almost 5 million. And we can't guarantee what the legislature is going to do. That's why we're in a lawsuit, is that we're trying to get that consistent ECA. Yes, they gave it last year. Yes, they gave it this year. Probably mostly because of the lawsuit, but there's no guarantees. And that's what we're trying to get from the lawsuit is a guaranteed ECA. That's the big thing that we're trying to do. So the $750 puts us at a shortfall of over $1 million in the 25-26 budget because we have to look at sustainability too. So that's kind of where we are. I think you have the budget sheet, don't you? Do you have that? Maybe.
This one contract.
No, this one.
No, we do not have it.
You don't have that one? Okay. Well, that's what it is. It's 184,951, so just shy of 185,000. The $750 increase to the base would make it over $1 million.
Would it be okay to ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
So with the $1 million deficit as a possibility, is there any kind of like preemptive measures to make sure that we start going back up, so it's not a deficit over a long period of time? Does that question make sense? So that we can, be proactive in, is there steps that we have in place?
Not increase the base. That's not something we want to do.
Right.
We want to make sure, we want our employees to, we understand inflation. We're all dealing with inflation too.
Right.
So we want to try to compensate them as much as we possibly can without overextending the district.
Okay, that was more my
Does that,
question.
does that
I-
make, does that make
yeah,
sense?
Yeah, I just didn't want the
We-
district to feel like in the next 10 years, we're going to be at $1 million deficit you know what I'm trying to ask?
Well, like I
don't
said,
want to put-
next year, the projection is 5 million
Right,
for the 26, 27. So
and that's.
we have
if
to worry
keep-
about sustainability too, because once it's in the salary schedule, if you'll remember, for many years, we gave bonuses because those are not guaranteed. But they don't go to your retirement and those kinds of things too. So we want to put it into the salary schedule so that you get the benefits of the retirement system and you get the sustainability, but we have to be able to sustain it.
Right.
We don't want to freeze steps again if the legislature does something
Crazy.
really stupid, like they have been known to do. So
Gotcha.
does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
We're willing to extend ourselves to that $1 million, a little over $1 million shortfall with the $750 on the base, but $1,500 would not be possible.
And then that $5 million deficit is continuing to keep the $750 at the raise to the base, right? Just to clarify.
Would that go up by that $1 million?
You'd have to add $1 million to that.
To the 5 million, and so it would actually be more of like a $6 million budget shortfall in 26, 27. So yeah, it would carry forward. It would
yeah.
carry forward.
Just more wanted to clarify for us to go
Mhm.
be back and talk
Yeah,
about.
it would
Thank
carry
you.
forward.
Appreciate that.
Okay. Any other questions that we can clarify? So let me just kind of go back a second. It looks like our commonalities are to honor the steps, lanes, and percentages. We've talked about the raise to the base, the increase to the step, and I'm assuming that that's one of your topics of conversation about that, 750 and how it's divided up. Okay. The insurance thing we've kind of resolved. We are in a commonality with extra duty salary schedule
Can I
recommendations.
Pause real quick. So it's just a pattern of this process to accept recommendations of the insurance committee,
Mhm.
not knowing.
They were, let's see, let
So
me
how do you
think.
project your budget for that?
Well, what we did is we projected whatever the raise is projected to the extra duty salary schedule. We did put some movement, there, a couple of things. We had a sponsor for FBLA on a schedule. And that program has grown significantly from like 5 students to 32 students. So it was necessary to put in an assistant sponsor. And we felt like the sponsor was not in the correct category for what their duties are. So we moved them into the appropriate category and moved the assistant sponsor to where the sponsor is now. And I don't have that paper with me, but we can get it. SEA signed on that.
Yeah, that's the extra duty.
That's the
salary
extra
schedule.
duty thing.
Yeah.
And then the other one was.
Yeah.
FBLA was one. Oh, we added art. We added an art sponsor because they had been receiving some, like a stipend or something
Mhm.
like that. And we decided that it was better to put them on the extra duty schedule because it's something that is there every year. And so it was added for Rock Springs High School, an art sponsor. And then it's also a new category for Black Butte High School because they also send an art sponsor. So those were the two changes. That extra duty schedule has been cleaned up significantly over the last several years, but those were the two changes. And then they did project into it increases to those salaries, commensurate to what percentage is approved on is agreed to on the base.
So that 750 goes to extra duties.
Well, it wouldn't be $750. It's a percentage. Yeah, it's commensurate.
Gotcha.
What was the number you said she had in students in FBLA?
She said she went from 5 to 32. And then and she also said that the majority of her growth is in like the freshman, sophomore year. So with incoming freshmen, that seems to be a great deal of interest. So she was expecting maybe closer to 40 or 45 this next year.
And I understand, I don't disagree with any of it. I just, again, we were.
I asked specific numbers. I asked
I know.
specific numbers so that we
I wish
could,
I had been involved in that meeting, because we're, at Skills USA, we're at 34
Okay.
students, and we're still under column, I believe it's D, right, with no assistant, but we can address that
okay,
next year.
okay. Yeah, because we addressed everything that was brought to us. Those were the only two that were brought to us. So, okay. Yeah, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, and we'll work on it. We're trying to clean that up so that people are in the categories commensurate to the workload. You know, if they have all these things and then they have one culminating event versus something that has 2 or 3 events during the year and kind of the time equivalents and stuff like that. And that's what we're trying to clean up. And we've done a lot of cleanup, but it sounds like we have some more.
And we can deal with that next round.
Okay, okay. So we've got the commonality with the process thing that we have to do with the certified payroll procedures. That one, it looks like we have a commonality there. We have the number 6, the extra duty salary, that's a commonality there. I think the only thing that we're having some disagreement so far is the 2 weeks with the lesson plans on number 5 and how the $750 on the base is distributed. So that kind of looks like that's where we are. So caucus,
In the memorandum of understanding.
I think the memorandum of understanding is off our list,
Yeah.
off our list. So how much time would you like?
What time is it?
I've got about
7:30, about 7:40 right now?
7:40, 8 o'clock. Does that give 20 minutes? Does that give you enough time? You want to go half an hour? We
I'm
can,
thinking 30
we can start with
minutes.
20,
We could.
and if you need some more,
Yep.
let us
That's
know.
fair.
How's that sound?
Yep.
Okay.
So let's say 8 o'clock. Let's say 8 o'clock, and if you need more, just let us know.
Send me this.
Getting too many papers?
No, I think
go
we've got it.
over?
I think we've got it.
Okay. Round 3. Ding, ding. So what we are presenting, as you see, what is struck through is what we understand that we've already agreed upon. If there's an error, please speak up. And we'll go through item by, and then there are items not struck through that begin with table for future negotiations, such as item 3, increase the step.
I guess
So-
I'm not sure that we can commit, but if you want to bring them forward, there's nothing that prevents you from bringing them forward again.
Correct. Yeah, that's understood.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't know that we're going to agree to table it for future negotiations because
Oh,
we
there's no
cannot-
implied,
yeah,
okay,
just,
Next year.
thanks for
just-
clarifying.
I mean, if you want to bring it forward, we'll discuss it again next year kind of thing. So we're fine with
New
that.
and fresh.
Yeah.
There's no implied consent that you or that this will be, yeah, this is just communicating that
It's
we,
off the table
on
for
us,
now.
off the table for
Off
now.
the table for now.
And it
Okay.
may be seen in the future. Item number 7, table for future. And for those who can't see, that's the professional duty pay. And 11B, down at the bottom, table for future negotiations, the MOU about extra duties as assigned. There is a lot of discussion about that. And the words chosen in here, it's interesting that the words are there for a reason. Teachers expect not to be treated in these ways by their supervisors, even if the supervisor is trying to do their job. Boundaries should not be interpreted as a threat. They should be embraced because they, I think in here, words like to establish clear and consistent, predictable work environment, a secure, predictable work environment. It's not at all intended. We're not sure how it was interpreted that we are trying to micromanage administrators with our contract. The contract sets boundaries and work expectations. So that's, I guess, all I'll say to that.
And one of the things that came up in discussion, you were offended by the words, "we are too." These
Yes,
came out
thank
of
you.
surveys.
Okay.
And
Teachers are
there was
offended.
a lot of deletions.
Yeah, teachers don't want to be treated this way.
And one of the things we discussed is we really need some more time to work on it. Another year.
And I think it's important to remember that we're going to be working under a new superintendent too, who may, it could be a whole different ballgame. We're all going to be learning as we move forward over the next several months to a year. So hopefully, we continue as a board. We continue to try to work on climate. We've done a lot with climate surveys this year. That's one of the things probably in the July meeting that we will start off with the results from the WSBA survey that was sent, that we had presented to us at the last board meeting. And that's one of the topics that I think we'll probably address in a workshop to start with is how can we start addressing, picking out certain, we can't tackle everything, but we can certainly pick out what we think is going to be the most helpful for everybody, and then focus on that. And what are the next steps? So that's kind of, I think, the board's plan moving forward with the new superintendent.
Okay. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Adam Grant. I don't know his specific professional titles, but here there's just a little blurb from him. The best antidote to burnout, he's not talking about the teaching profession, by the way. I don't think. The best antidote to burnout is not teaching coping skills to handle stress. It's redesigning work to reduce stress, to prevent exhaustion, which many teachers experience, burnout and exhaustion from the demands of the job, and then added on to that, administrators. We need to remove overwhelming demands and reject the norm of self-sacrifice. Healthy workplaces, which this contract is an attempt to improve that. Healthy workplaces value well-being as much as performance. So let's go to item number 2.
Okay, I think you received the answers to the questions that you were talking about, the cost of step movement, the average cost of column movement, and the cost of district to step increase, which the step increase is off the table for right now at this time. So you brought up a 4% increase. We had Scott look at the figures, and I think you have the figures there. Our increase from our last year's budget to our best guess for next year's budget is $1.665 million. Okay. The $750 to the base, steps, lanes, and the 1.2%, the extra duty increases come to $1.722 million. So we are actually spending almost $57,000 more than we are getting in an increase. So the 4% sounds wonderful, but every district is different. We have increased our base over the last couple of years when other districts did not. They were frozen. And we have, we've tried to incorporate the best that we could to compensate for inflation. But the $750 is more than what we're actually getting in an increase from the state. So when it comes to the increase on the base, we stand at the $750.
So we understand the deficit spending. Are you trying to spend down to a certain percent of reserves?
We're actually, we got too many papers here. Here it is. We're actually, our reserves are actually decreasing from 3 million this year down to 2,500 for the next 2 years. So our cash reserves are decreasing. We're not trying to spend down to a certain, but we have to keep a certain level so that we can meet payrolls and things like that. A lot of times that's what we use.
And that's 15%, correct?
It's 30% for a sunset. What is it? Sunset in 26. I think they increased it post-COVID up to 27. Yeah, and they increased it to 30% because of all the federal money. And so they're allowing districts to retain 30%, which this is not even close to 30% for us. Because they wanted to maximize the district's use of the federal funds. Now, the federal funds end in September of this year. So all that federal money goes away. We are one of a handful of districts that were able to place all of our federal fund people on the district payroll that wanted positions. There are other districts that are increasing their base. You mentioned some by significant amounts, but they're also laying off people. We did not lay off a single person. So we have been watching the numbers very, very closely. And we did not overextend with the grant money. We felt like we used the grant money very efficiently. We did a lot with different things, HVAC systems and where we could, we did spent some on salaries where we were justified that we could. But, you know, a lot of these other districts may be increasing their salaries, but they're also laying off people. We're trying to increase the salary and not lay off anybody. And we have not laid off anybody. Cheyenne alone had 91 RIFs, 91. So we feel like we've hit a happy medium where we've been able to increase. And most of the districts that you mentioned, the surrounding districts, as I said earlier, don't even meet our starting salary now. And we're still increasing our starting salary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do want to address one thing that I feel like is something to, yeah. Do you want me to zoom in? No, I'm just kidding. Is the aspect that we are competitive in salary base, but I feel like there's a lot of underlying problems that come with our district. One of the things that was mentioned is a hard time filling the high school because of whatever kind of aspects, maybe behavioral or however they have problems, right? So I think that the hard part that we have is being within the $1,000 range of surrounding districts isn't competitive to bring teachers to us. Not that we do, it's not appreciated at all. That's not what I'm saying. But I do want to address that a lot of teachers are getting burned out because of Rock Springs demographic. And we are being able to put students first, and we just want to make sure that that's constant and we're getting the best candidates for positions. And it's really hard when the high school has its own issues of being filled with a lot of long-term subs. And that was just from the conversations that we've had and the survey results. That's not coming from
We have concerns,
us.
I will say we have concerns with long-term subs too.
For sure.
We absolutely want the best teachers that we can get in those positions. And long-term subs, though it's an answer, it's not the best answer
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
by any means.
And so
I think what we want to do is we want to continue to hire the best qualified people that we can. We will have a new principal at the high school. We have a new superintendent who clearly, when he made comments in some of the interviews and some of the conversations that we had with him as a board, when it was talking about school safety, he corrected us. It's not school safety, it's student safety. Everything is student-centered. And I think that's a direction. I don't think it's a direction that we haven't had, but I think it's going to be an emphasis.
yes, ma'am. Yeah. And I just more wanted to have that clarifying point on our end of the table to make sure that we were being received from our members' results of the survey and how we felt that our caucus is to be able to be appealing to those that are trying to come to Sweetwater County, because obviously we all want the same thing. We're putting those students first. So just more wanted to clarify that before moving to the next point.
Okay.
Thank you for your time. Okay. So we also had just a quick conversation about the need for a raise on the base due to inflation. I know that's been a hot topic of of our conversation tonight, but I wanted to just read kind of some of the things that we had come together as a consensus. Despite the challenges posed by rising inflation, it's very important to acknowledge the resilience and dedication of the teachers who are facing financial strain. As inflation increases, many teachers find it increasingly difficult to afford essentials such as rent, car payments, and food. This highlights the pressing need for solutions to support educators and ensure that they can continue their invaluable work in educating our community. It's very concerning that many teachers, due to the results of our survey again, are needing second jobs or additional income from spouses or partners or somebody else in their household to make ends meet, preventing them from furthering their education and professional development. I know that was one of the conversations that we had, that we do want to move columns. It's very hard financially to save the money to be able to go back to school to move those columns. This situation not only impacts their financial stability, but also raises questions about the long-term sustainability of the education system. The difficulty in filling the high school, again, as we talked about, adds another layer of complex issues, highlighting the need for comprehensive solutions that we can talk about to support our educators and ensure the quality of education for all students, which is our main goal. For these reasons, we came to talking, and we want to respect that there is a deficit spending. We do understand that there's a percentage of reserves that we don't want to cause harm to our district, but we are trying to raise to the base to $1,000, moving it from $54,500 to $55,500. So that would increase what you had offered to $250 on top of the $750. We also wanted to approach the conversation of item number 9A and see your thoughts on the adding of the wording of up to 2 weeks.
We've had a discussion about that, and our problem is that the teacher is the most qualified person in their classroom to know what their class needs to do in terms of lesson plans. We have, as you know, had to have some long-term subs in some of the classrooms. Some of the buildings have very high-functioning PLCs, others do not. And so when you've got a long-term sub who may or may not have anything to do with education, and they have to make up lesson plans for students for, say we have 2 weeks, then what happens to the other 4 weeks? That person's not qualified to do those lesson plans. So when we go back to thinking about what's best for kids, we've already conceded that we are relieving them from all other scheduled duties while on approved planned leave. Lesson plans we see as a basis that person is the most qualified person to schedule out those plans, and that they need to be able to do lesson plans.
For sure. I just want to clarify. I think that the statement we're trying to make is that the teacher that is the most qualified is required,
responsible to make at least 2 weeks of lesson plans.
if not more.
But if it's a 6-week planned leave, that still leaves 4 weeks. I'm just using the numbers.
Oh, for sure.
Okay, for a 6-week plan. And that still leaves someone else to make those lesson plans for those other 4 weeks. We've relieved them of all other duties. We're asking that they do the lesson plans. They don't have to be done at the same time,
Yes, ma'am.
you
No,
know?
I think we agree on that.
What are the requirements of a substitute? Maybe for people who don't know.
Requirements of a substitute are to implement the lesson plans that are provided.
like, to be a substitute.
To be a
Is that what you're
substitute, what is, yeah,
There is a certification that's necessary from the state,
Mhm.
but it's a substitute. It's not the teacher in the classroom.
Right. And I think that feedback that I've personally received from long-term substitutes is that lesson plans are not being given. So that's why we said that the bare minimum would be up to 2 weeks. We would expect it to be hopefully more, like as you have stated. We are just assuming and hoping that the requirement of 2 weeks would then give long-term substitute teachers that come into a classroom the backing of the experienced teacher for a longer period of time.
right.
We just have heard of some substitute teachers that have no direction. And like you say, then are taken under the wing of a very good PLC.
Or another teacher.
Right.
Mhm.
And we are trying to hedge that issue by giving the experienced certified teacher the opportunity to give those lesson plans for their classroom.
And
But-
fundamentally, leave, I guess we have a slight disagreement on leave. We thought it was established or agreed upon earlier that leave means leave. And we firmly believe that. And I think this kind of bleeds into the extra duties as assigned, or those expectations. So we're trying to set boundaries. And I lost my train of thought. Okay, it'll come back to me.
And education is a very different profession. I mean, education isn't like your typical professional job that, you know, if you're not there, somebody else fills in, no big deal. We're impacting kids. And if from what I'm looking at, it says certified staff members are expected to have lesson plans up to 2 weeks. Again, my question is, 6-week leave, what happens to the 4 weeks afterwards?
The substitute who is certified by the state to be a substitute.
To implement the lesson plans? Who's,
Follow through with the patterns. I also believe that you know, I can't think of the words. The district's already established, help me out. The plans for curriculum, windows,
The maps,
standards,
the maps.
thank you, curriculum maps, etc. There's a skeleton already in the works. And then my thought came back to me. If you are expecting someone on maternity leave, for example, to work, then they're
to
not.
do lesson plans? That's what we're asking them to do. We're not asking them to go to the open house. We're not asking them to do a book review. We're not asking them to do anything else. We're asking them to provide the lesson plans for their students while they're on leave. That's the only thing that we're asking them to do.
And how many hours do you think?
That all depends on each individual's, you know, ability to, you know, I think
Mhm.
sometimes if you've taught it before, it's a little easier. If it's a new curriculum, that's one of the things that we're trying to cut down on is new curriculums and stuff. So, you know, we're trying to do what we can, but in order for a student to be successful, they need to have guidance. And that teacher is the most qualified person to provide that guidance.
Except in the case we're on leave and there's a substitute. I guess it's, okay.
Well, because a substitute is hired to implement the lesson plans. If there's no lesson plans, what do they implement?
Sorry.
Sure.
Chairwoman Jericho, can I just want to kind of clarify, I think what is being heard on my side of things is, I think that what you're saying is we need a bare minimum of 2 weeks or the full time of leave for sub-plans.
They don't have to be done ahead of time.
Right, but if they can be done as soon as the substitute walks in the room is ideal. And, you know,
I'll go back to my teaching days. Planning 6 weeks ahead is very, very difficult.
oh, for sure.
I mean, sometimes planning 2 weeks ahead.
Sometimes
is
the
very
same day.
difficult.
Yeah, I teach 6-year-olds, so it's
Planning-
really hard to.
Sometimes planning tomorrow.
Yes,
Based
ma'am.
on what we did today.
Yes,
It's not
exactly.
what we expected.
And
So-
so I just have a concern because the communication piece sometimes is not there with the certified teacher and a long-term sub. And so we just wanted to make sure that if somebody goes on leave, that the communication piece is there for somebody that might be a certified sub, that they can have those conversations and maybe, less.
I think that could be an agreement between the teacher and the substitute.
Yes, yeah, for sure. But
How they
and-
work that out.
Yeah. And so I wonder.
So, okay,
No.
well, I guess there's some hypotheticals, but, okay.
I think the concern that we're getting at is if it's more than 2 weeks and they're in a situation where they couldn't possibly do it, medically speaking.
I think there's some case by case.
Right, right.
There's some
Agree with
there's
that,
some case
but
by
if
case
it's written
situations.
specifically that they have to provide lesson plans, period, then you have an issue for, you have an issue,
Scenarios don't apply.
right?
I'm trying to see what language
It
we
wouldn't
used.
apply if it was medical or sick leave or an emergency. It wouldn't disagree
It's a
with the
planned,
current
yeah.
policy. This would just be in addition to that.
This is for an approved planned leave. It's not an emergency leave. We understand emergency comes up, you end up in the emergency room. You're not worried
That's-
about
that's
lesson plans.
Yeah.
Most of
But
the
on the
plan
other
leaves are
hand,
that way.
those lesson plans should be there. They should be there. If an emergency comes up, there should be lesson plans in the room.
Yeah.
For that contingency.
Still with this there?
I am, I just locked the table so it wouldn't fall. Um,
We took the liberty of coming up with a second form. Let me give this to you. And with the language, did you get this one? Did you get this one?
Yep, I got it right here.
And before we move on to the next item, where's the documentation that substitutes implement certified teacher lesson plans?
Is that in a job description for substitutes?
I know they're not trained for that.
We've been fortunate in having some retired teachers.
But
We've
even
been
if.
fortunate to have some retired teachers and stuff
Yeah.
like that have that ability.
Right,
But we also know of some circumstances where no lesson plans were available, and that substitute didn't have the luxury of a high-functioning PLC that they could rely on. They didn't have the luxury of a teacher that they could kind of mentor them a little bit, and kids have suffered.
Right.
And that's what we're trying to avoid.
so how can we honor both? I feel like we're speaking past each other a little bit and it's either or. So if you have approved leave, how do you, it's just kind of maybe a big question for us to think about because I think we're speaking past each other.
Well, I think what we're willing to do is relieve that teacher of all the other responsibilities that the teachers in that building are doing. Okay, whether it's book studies, whether it's some
Yes.
family night,
Get what you're
or
saying.
you know,
It
parent-teacher
sounds-
conferences, whatever it is, we're relieving that teacher of all those responsibilities.
With the
But the one
expectation.
thing is that lesson plans have to be complete.
So it sounds like before it was expected that they perform all those duties on leave.
Well, I think that's been the
Is that what you're
complaint.
saying?
That's been the complaint, is there was inconsistencies about
Mhm.
whether they were or not. And we're trying to eliminate
Hence
that, those
defining the extra
inconsistencies.
duties as assigned.
We're trying to eliminate those inconsistencies by saying lesson plans are the one thing that a person on an approved leave has to do. The other stuff is not, regardless of which building you're in.
Totally understand. As far as the steps to raising the base and,
I think it's their turn to talk.
oh, I'm done talking.
Oh, you're done talking?
Well, yeah, I thought you were.
Yeah, well,
Totally-
if you're done talking, then we will go back over ours.
He likes to talk.
Well, we just,
The end.
Yeah, where's my?
we just took the liberty of kind of putting in what we had talked about. We weren't sure where you were going to go with the 750, so we've just put the $750 to the base, which, based on the comments that you are taking some things off the table, my assumption is now that that is where you're at as well, $750 on the base.
No, I think we said $1,000.
Oh, $1,000.
Yeah, and I think we would like one more caucus, if that's okay, to talk to members.
Okay, well, let's
Agreed.
go through the rest of this.
Okay.
We've got the extra duty salaries committee recommendations. We've got the policy change with the daycare deductions. We've got the policy language on number 5. It does not have a minimum of 2 weeks of lesson plans, but rather that they are relieved from other scheduled duties while on approved planned leave. And then we have the extra duty change. So I guess the remaining thing is the raise to the base, which I find interesting because when I tried to get you to commit to a raise to the base, you couldn't give me anything. Now you're going higher than what we can offer. So I find that interesting.
We kind of came to the table with our best offer, guys. And we've worked magic to get to this number already. And to be honest, I'm not sure I'm comfortable going with more than that, looking at the future projections. The last thing I want to do is get the district into a position where we've got to lay off people to balance the budget because we gave too much. That doesn't mean we can't do something more next year or when we have more funding. I'm just concerned at looking at the budget where we're sit now. If we give too much, it might bite us later. And I don't want to do that when we're finally being able to give you guys base increases the last 3 years. I don't want to see that bite us in the end.
And to be honest with you, when we had a meeting last week, we didn't think we were going to be able to raise the base at all, to be honest with you. And Scott and Gina and the business office staff, Kelly, went to work and came up with $750 that we didn't think last week we were going to be able to offer. So that's how close the budget is right now.
And so it's the 2 points. And I'm going to have to caucus because I'm getting a lot of signals and things from behind
Okay?
you, and I don't know what those mean.
You're not good at sign language?
And I mean, for the policy 5, I mean, if we're looking at maternity and paternity, I honestly can't speak to that.
Same.
So we'd have to hear from
Sure. How much time do you want?
Broad.
how much time? 10 minutes. Okay.
8, 10,
Okay.
or 9, 10.
I got 9 o'clock, so 9:10.
Thank you.
Oh, I see.
Okay, ready? You want me to talk? You want someone else to talk?
Go for it, Kevin. No, that's okay. I feel like I've talked a lot on my first time.
I can take the first one.
Hey, go for it.
Are we ready? Sorry.
Sure.
We're willing to accept the 750 with the request that we get financial information from the district in advance of negotiations so that we can understand that, before we come to the table. Also with the same thing.
You're
with-
talking about next year,
Correct.
future years, I should put that.
Future
Future
years,
years,
for
yeah,
next
future
year's negotiations, as well as, some breakdowns on the extra duty pay stuff, and where is that money coming from? Is it grants, or from the block grants? More detailed information next year,
Future.
future years, correct?
With the exception of grant positions, it comes from the general fund.
That's not true.
Extra duty, special ed comes from a special ed fund.
I understand what you're saying, but there's a lot of activities that we do, like Friday school.
Some of it's
after-school
grant money.
programs that are
Some of
paid
it's
for
grant
through
money.
grant money and not the block grant. And we just don't have that information to even discuss it. We understand that, the new teacher week and things like that, sub-pay, what have you, or covering classes during your prep is coming out of the block grant. But there are a lot of those things that come out of other grants besides the block grant. We're just asking for information for
Okay.
next year.
Okay.
Want me to do that one?
Sure.
Cool. You're doing great.
And we are agreeing with it. Okay. We are agreeing with your wording on the approved leave.
Is this item number 5?
Yes.
Yes, everything else we've already
Okay.
pretty much agreed on. And we do want teachers to leave lesson plans too. That's kind of what we came to the table with as well. Just with the understanding that if they're out for 6 weeks, they might not all be up front,
Oh, I could agree.
Discussion, yeah.
or
There's no-
some derivative of that,
Mhm. Yeah.
right? And we do want teachers to leave lesson plans. It's a frustration for us as well.
Okay. So we're in a agreement to honoring the steps, lanes, and the 1.2% for topped-out people.
Yes.
$750 raise to the base salary, raising it the base from 54,500 to 55,250. The recommendations from the extra duty salary committee. The policy change that we did in the emergency session in August to add district daycare deductions to other payroll deduction procedures. The language on number 5, certified staff members are expected to have lesson plans for approved planned leave, including but not limited to surgery, maternity, paternity. Certified staff members are relieved from other scheduled duties while on approved planned leave. And then the cleanup language to the extra duty salary schedule, or committee, extra duty salary committee. And that the assistant superintendent is actually the person that calls that committee together. And that when it comes to the athletic coaches, the 2 athletic coaches and the 2 activity sponsors, at least 2 of the 4 coaches/sponsors need to be an SEA member. We're ready for signature. I guess we need the signature page. I can remember back in the days when we had the initial meeting with the pre-meeting, lots of times that financial information was shared at that time.
And I think that would be appreciated.
That's kind of what we'd like.
I can remember back,
In previous years, you guys provided, or SEA provided a list of the things that you would like information on. And we provided that. We just.
Okay.
so, and
We'd be happy.
we might even have a little bit of during that pre-meeting, maybe even have a little bit of a discussion about the finances around the district. to kind of, so that everybody's on the same page.
Agreed.
Well, and we didn't know at the pre-meeting that we even had this, like this was something that Scott and Gina and the whole staff worked on. So when we got here tonight was when we found out, or we
Yeah.
would have told you
I
at the
was,
pre-meeting.
I was rather surprised.
Yeah.
You could ask about my reaction. I was pleasantly surprised that we were able to offer a $750 raise to the base. Because when we left last week, there wasn't anything for the base.
And I think that was our consensus as well. We kind of left the meeting
I think
curiously.
I think I even
Yeah,
said
sure.
something about how tight
Yeah.
the budget was.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we were pleasantly surprised tonight.
We
And-
just,
They had scoured the sources and came up with some money.
That is in part, part of the reason why the specific numbers were presented to begin with. But we did meet the objectives of together raising, not specifically raising the base, but together to end this with going over the objectives like any good teacher would do. Did we meet our objectives? There were 3 of them. Do you remember what they were? I don't have them written up. Sorry.
They're not on the board.
I think
not on
that's
the
just
board, but-
applying and not innovating. Improving the teacher economic security.
We've tried.
Together
We've
we,
tried.
no, I mean, it wasn't what,
It's what we could afford. And that was one, is maintaining the district's financial security as well.
and obviously, if the district does not spend responsibly, teachers don't have a job. That is not a safe, predictable work environment.
Well, and we're actually very proud of the fact that we did not have to RIF anyone. When many districts around us, like I said, Laramie's 91 RIFs.
Mhm.
And some of the districts here are increasing their salaries by a higher margin, but that at the expense of some employees that they've laid off. We have not had to do that.
And together what was the second objective?
Well, if I knew there was gonna be a quiz, I would have wrote it down. I can look it up.
I'm drawing a blank on that second objective.
That's even worse.
I think just to piggyback off of what Kevin has said is the numbers that we came up with was not to sound greedy on the part of the union. It's not, as you know, our discussion in the pre-meeting was just based off of what can we give our teachers to make sure that they're heard. That's why we sent out the survey. We wanted to get some feedback on what can we fix in the contract section, what can we fix on the salary pay scale. Those are just the feedbacks that we have received. And so when we asked for those certain numbers, or when we asked for certain percentages there at the beginning, was based upon what the feedback that we had received from our members, and we're trying to represent that the best we can with
Yeah.
the 3 of us.
Well,
Right?
and
So-
I can see where, when the state's saying they're giving 4%, but that's not what it's translating it to when it actually comes to that, because with our decrease in ADM and some other things, our increase was only actually 1.6%. And we actually are spending 1.7. So those are numbers that we're comfortable with. And as Stephanie said, maybe some are not quite as comfortable as others, but that's what we've agreed that we could afford.
Together we will improve the contract. That's what it was. And thumbs up. I would say thumbs up. We improved the contract.
Okay.
And then together we will maintain the district's financial solvency, which obviously we did by.
Yeah, we have to operate in the black. We don't get the luxury of operating in the red.
And we will keep note of the raise to the base as often as the experience in past years it is extremely thankful that there is a raise to the base, and it's eaten up often with those unknown increases to insurance every year,
Insurance is a problem across the country.
every single year.
And it's across the country.
So when the majority of teachers surveyed reported that they have downgraded aspects of their lives over the last 5 years, or within the last 5 years, I think was the wording. They've had to downgrade, self-adjust because of inflation, insurance, cost of living, et cetera, even with the raises. Or they've not increased in buying power. So
I would encourage you that when the rates come out in July, look at the UMR rates and then look at the district adjusted rates. UMR rates are always considerably higher than what we are willing to pass on to our employees. That means the district is picking up the slack. So I completely understand
Yes.
insurance costs.
and that's good for
I
people to
I
know.
completely understand people concerned about the high cost of insurance. Just remember, employees are paying 15%. The district is paying 85%. So imagine what those costs would be if the district were picking up that significant percentage. You know, insurance is just, it's a necessary evil, but it is expensive and it's not going down.
And I think, again, if we could get, some of those during our meetings and stuff in the next future meetings, it would be beneficial just for us to have that conversation piece with our members and with our presidencies and stuff. So we appreciate the negotiations that we've had tonight. We also want to appreciate your time and moving forward. I think that those are our big things, is just to come to the table on the pre-meeting so that we can prepare ourselves the best to our ability so that we can.
Like I said, I can remember previous meetings when we did discuss some financial material, this kind of the financial status of the district,
For sure.
so that everybody was on the same page.
Yeah. And I think if we could go back there, it would be
Mhm.
something that all of us would. As Frederick traveled back in time. So.
Oh,
We're
we're just waiting
right?
on the signature papers.
While we're waiting, what are the thoughts on
Here we go.
future ADM, increased employment at the tournament?
Well, we're still projecting about 125, and I think it's
the local
123.
economic changes in the next 5
But
years.
at the same time, we're looking at the high school. So we're looking at the possibility of another boom in 5 years, something like that. So hopefully we have a new high school online for that. We may have to, we're using right now Westridge to be able to move our Desert View students to Westridge while we renovate Desert View, and then some renovations at Walnut the following year and stuff. And then hopefully by that time, we may need to we're hoping that we can reopen Westridge with additional students.
Mhm.
So that would be the hope. Because an increase in ADM is realized immediately. As long as you're decreasing ADM, average daily students attendance membership, okay, you're on a 3-year rolling average. So you don't see the immediate loss. You see 3 years in its average. So it's a lesser decline. But when you're increasing, you get that money immediately the next year. So if we could swing the ADM around to a positive, that would be very
That would
helpful.
help.
Very
That would
helpful.
help a lot. So have kids.
Hopefully all of
No,
these
thank you. No, thank you.
Pardon me?
do
I'm done
actually
with
come
that.
to fruition.
Yes,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Originals, that way you can take one. We need all 5.
okay.
They can have one, you can have one. I need one, Scott needs one, and then one for the permanent.
file, because I can use a copy. I don't need an original.
Breaking ground on it.
Play with the grandkids.
I don't know who your signator is.
And they do come to college to interview them.
Just one person. You know what you should do is redo that.
No, that's this week.
Yeah, triple check, 'cause we're all getting tired.
SEA gets a copy,
A
yeah.
copy.
We've got to have copy for files, but SEA will have one of the originals.
And based on my experience, this is not too late.
No, we've been here at 11 o'clock before.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Even so, I got my shift at the airport covered tomorrow morning. Just in case. They're all the same.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you get a copy?
I think
We just put them all in a pile.
I think
Yes,
Travis
this is
has
our
got
copy.
one.
You got a
This is our
copy?
copy.
Okay, we've got the other four. Okay,
And,
okay.